Fine. I gotta cross my fingers. I have bad internet. Okay, ready? It's live stream now.
Okay. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, we still have time.
Awesome.
I don't know if I have to update my Zoom program or something, but I get that little spinning pizza of death when I try to get into things. Not on every other app, but this one.
I was having problems for a long time, Mary, and I updated and that cured all the problems.
Okay,
Oh, that's good.
maybe I'll update after our meeting tonight.
Mhm. Give it a try.
Yeah.
And just to let you know, there were no public comments on closed session.
Okay, and on our written communications, all the people that I reached out to did not want their emails read.
Okay.
So, except for one, so I'm just gonna do that. Okay, it is 6 p.m. and it's time to go ahead and open the Temple City Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education. We will do a roll call for members. I'm here. Member Georgino,
Here.
Member Sneed,
Here,
Member Lynn,
Here.
Member Smith.
Here as well.
Okay, and we'll be seeing Kiana Lee later. I think I have to, do we need a vote for for starting the meeting, right? I don't know why no? Okay. Okay, great. We'll move on to item number 3 then, public comment on closed session agenda items. And I understand we have no public comment.
No, we don't.
Okay, so we will go to item number 4, which is closed session. And in closed session today, we will be discussing personnel matters under Government Code 54957, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release. Item number 2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 case under Government Code 54956.9. And then we have item number 3, which is labor/negotiations under Government Code 54957.6. Update direction to district negotiators, Dr. Fricker, Dr. Katarayan, and Connie Wu for TCEA, CSCA 105, CSCA 823, and management. May I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Member Smith, second by Member Lynn. Let's go ahead and take a vote. I am a yes, or yes. Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
yes.
And Member Smith?
Yes.
Okay, we adjourn to closed session.
And then
6:02.
Melissa, can you just let me know, text me when you want Tamara and Connie to join?
Okay, I will. I'll let you know.
Okay, I can let
All right.
Andrew know. Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. See ya.
Hey, Andrew? Hey, Andrew, should I go back in?
See some students with medals. Yay.
All right, it is 7 p.m. and we are ready to convene with open session. Let me go ahead and do a roll call vote to convene. Can I get a motion and a second first?
I'm a-
Okay, member Sneed and motion by member Sneed and second by, is that member Lynn or member Georgie?
Lynn,
Wasn't me.
Okay. Member Lynn. All right, let's go ahead and go with the vote. Member Lynn,
Yes.
member Sneed,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
member Georgino,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So we are now convened to open session by 5-0 vote. Item number 7, announcement. Tonight's meeting is being digitally recorded. And now we'll move on to item number 8, which is Pledge of Allegiance, led by member Georgino.
Thank you. Would everyone please stand and put your hand over your heart? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, member Georgino. All right, we will move on to item number 9, announcements of actions taken in closed session. We had no actions. Moving on to item 10, changes to the agenda. Do we have any proposed changes to the agenda? Donna?
Adding closed session at the end.
Yes, we will.
Closed session
add-
at the end.
Yes, agreed. Okay, so we will add closed session to the end. If you could mute yourselves, I'm hearing some.
You want to sit
sound.
next?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got a change proposed to add closed session at the end of our meeting. We can, any other, yes, member Smith?
Technically, we were reconvening to closed session. We're not adding it.
All right, reconvening to closed session. Thank you. All right, any other changes? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 11, which is approval of agenda by roll call vote. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
I'll move.
Okay, so we've got a motion from member Smith, a second from member Georgino, and preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a yes. Member Georgino,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
member Sneed,
Yes.
and member Lynn.
Yes.
Okay, we have approved agenda with the item change on there to reconvene. And now we'll move on to item 12, which is special recognition. And we're very excited today to hear from the Longden Science Olympiad. Mr. Bender?
Hello and good evening, board members and district cabinet members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Those watching at home, yes, I'm Kyle Bender. I'm the proud principal of Longden Elementary. And I'm super excited to be here tonight. We have, being new here at Longden, I've learned a lot of great traditions at my school. And one of them certainly is I learned about the Science Olympiad team. When I first heard about this, I'm like, oh, great. Some kids participate, some fun little crafts and science activities, and it's a warm fuzzy. And then I went and watched them do it, and they're smarter than me 10 times fold. Like, it's amazing the activities that they put together, their skill, their knowledge, like beyond impressed. So it's quite cool to be a part of, and I'm very, very proud of our students at Longden. We had an event down in Irvine at Northwood High School on February 5th, a Saturday. And it was a live event, and they did fantastic. I'll let them explain how well they did. I know they're very excited. You can see some bling hanging around their neck for some of them. And then we just had a recent event this last Saturday. It was a virtual event, so they all met at Longden, and we were in Memley Hall and in the lunch shelter area. And then they participated in that contest virtually with some other schools. I believe they're still waiting for the results on that. So again, super, super proud of these group of students at Longden. And it's not made possible without the amazing leaders that they have. Mrs. Karen Shea and Mrs. Samantha Chang are just amazing teachers that I see on a daily basis, and to see them go above and beyond to lead these students in the Science Olympiad team is pretty impressive. So with that, I believe they're both here, and I'm going to pass it off to them. We have a little slideshow that we're going to show you as well, but I'm going to give them a chance to speak more about our Science Olympiad team. I'm hoping they're there.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Karen Shea, and I'm a sixth grade teacher at Longden, and I'm one of the coaches of Science Olympiad alongside Mrs. Samantha Chang. Longden is very fortunate to be able to bring this program to our students again. Our goal this year and every year is just to give students an opportunity to do something fun, exciting, different, but also enriching at the same time. And before I introduce our fantastic students, I would like to start out by thanking a few people who have made this possible. First off, Mr. Kyle Bender and Mrs. O'Saxon, thank you so much. We appreciate everything that you do for us. We have felt nothing but support from our administration. They're always asking us, what do you need? Or, what can we do for you to make this year happen? And so we just thank you for all your support. Secondly, I would like to thank the parents who are so helpful and so dedicated to our team. I know Mrs. Chang and I, every year we have a competition, afterwards, we always come together and think, wow, these parents are awesome, right? Spending 12 hours together is no problem for us. And so I just want to really thank all the parents for putting in the hard work and helping out their students. Last but not least, I really want to thank our high school Science Olympiad team. The team captains, Kylie Bell and Ryan Wong, have really stepped up for us this year. They attended all our meetings to teach lessons sometimes, and just to be mentors for these elementary students. This past weekend, we had Issa Wu, Tiffany Fan, Ethan Lee, Ryan Wong, and Kylie Bell come out to our Southern California elementary tournament. And we're not only thankful for all the help that they have given us, but we're also proud of their accomplishments. I know for their own LA County high school tournament, they placed second out of 83 teams. And they're going to the SoCal State tournament in April, and we wish them all the luck. Now, I want to take the time to recognize each student from our Longden team. So students, if you can just wave to the camera as your name is called, we can recognize you. We have Oscar Lee, Lena Fan, Elliot Swan, Emily He, Ethan Ma, Rebecca Lee, Bryce Thatch, Jaden Wang, Kaden Chen, Austin Yi, Charlotte Chu, Jesse Lee, Kyle Liu, Kayla Fan, and Samira Shriram. Okay, and I believe we have a slideshow with some pictures and videos to show you guys.
Yeah, share my screen.
Okay.
Oh, it says the host is disabled participant screen sharing. Can someone please share with me? Please, please, please.
Andy, is that something you can help us with?
Go ahead and try again.
Okay.
Share screen. Oh, here we go. Move mine over. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
All right, and I think Mrs. Chang, you're going to narrate all the slides here.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board members and all that are attending today. So I'm going to share a little bit about our what we do in Science Olympiad.
Hold on. Sorry, where did it go? Supposed to be at the beginning. There we go. Nope. Hi, technical difficulties, guy. There we go. Now, can you see it?
No.
No, okay.
Share your screen again, Kyle.
Come on, Mr. Bender. You think I would have figured this out being in distance learning before?
There
There you
we go. There we go.
Show. Yes. All right, there we go.
Thank you. So I'm gonna, when we get to our events, I will share a little bit about each event, Mr. Bender.
Okay.
That
Best
was
thing
at,
ever.
yeah, that was at our Irvine Invitational. We were there. We were competing against 10 other schools, and our invitational is like practice for our students before the actual regional event.
Not too far.
So here are a couple of our events. The top upper corner, that's called our biomass events. And the biomass event is where students will grow plants from seed, and they give a data report every day of their growing conditions of the plants. And then they also have a quiz that they have to be tested on the day of the competition. The lower left side is the pasta bridge, and students are required to build a bridge with only marshmallow and pasta. And that bridge has to hold a cup of something that is weighted, and they don't know for sure what's going to be put in there. It could be marbles or any other rocks, whatever it is on the day of the competition that will be given to them. And so that's the physics of the competition. I forgot to mention that we have 20 events that the kids compete in, and there are various different fields of science they have to explore, like chemistry, physics, earth science. So on the right side, that is our Mission Impossible. And what the students do with Mission Impossible is that they build or design a device that it's based on the Rube Goldberg device, which they incorporate up to 20 unique action transfers and uses up to 5 forms of energy in accomplishing a given task in 2 minutes. So in the next slide, you're going to see a really fun video and how that that Mission Impossible works.
This is Longdon Elementary Team A27. I'm Kayla Fan. And I'm Lena Fan. Our event is Mission Possible, and our target time is 2 minutes. A switch is flicked, activating a motor that starts spinning. The motor pushes the ball 1. Ball 1 falls down, hits pink ball, takes this wire from the yellow wire, turning off the motor. And it also activates a pulley system that will that raises this metal nut and causes ball 2 to roll down the wooden ramp. Ball 2 rolls down the wooden ramp, hitting this lever. The lever causes ball 3 to roll down the ramp, hit another lever, which causes ball 4 to roll down a ramp and go and collide into ball 5. Ball 5 rolls down a ramp and hits ball 6. Ball 6 rolls down a ramp and hits Jenga blocks, which create a domino effect that end up hitting Hot Wheel car. The Hot Wheel car rolls down a Hot Wheel track. The Hot Wheel track hits a chopstick, making it fall down. The chopstick no longer supports the hinged wooden platform, which activates a pulley system when these metal nuts fall down, releasing these metal nuts and causing ball 7 to roll down the ramp. When ball 7 rolls down a ramp, it hits the lever at the end. The lever hits into ball 8, which rolls down the ramp and hits another lever, which hits into ball 9. Ball 9 rolls down the ramp and goes into the container. The sand timer continues pouring sand into the container until it finally raises the flag. 3, 2, 1, go.
So here, it's gonna take some time for the sand to fill the cup to give the weight that it needs to drop the ball. So we're gonna fast forward a little bit to get towards the end. A little more, a little more. Almost there, yeah, that's great. So you can see the sand is filling up the cup. It's gonna fall and raise the flag. Yay.
Cool.
So that's so cool.
This is
Oh, sorry.
Longdon Elementary, Team A27. I'm Kayla Fan and I'm Lena Fan. Our event is.
There we go.
Okay, so here is our rubber band catapult, and this is a device that they have to build to shoot a rubber band at a target that is placed within a given range. So here's just a little glimpse of that. So here our picture is, we were at the invitational and we did so well, all of our students, because there are 20 events. And so, you know, each event, they really worked really hard. And that day, every student was able to medal in their event. And it turned out we were very surprised, but we won 2nd place overall. So they were really proud and so happy that day.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Mr. Bender, did you have any more? Did you want to wrap it up?
I think I have 2 students that want to share a little bit about their experience. Charlotte Chu and Kaden Chen, I believe they're here,
Awesome.
if that's okay.
All right.
Charlotte and Kaden here. I thought I saw them earlier.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kaden Chen. I'm in 5th grade, and this is my 2nd year participating in Longdon Science Olympiad. I'm so grateful to be a part of this one-of-a-kind program, led by these wonderful mentors, Mrs. Shea and Mrs. Chang. Last year, I had the opportunity to work on 2 building events. One of them was Mission Possible, in which I had to build a Rube Goldberg machine. Through the many hours of trial and error, building and testing, I learned to never give up. This year, I was lucky to have partners in my 2 study events, Deep Blue Sea and Disease Detectives. My partners and I had to study and collaborate to prepare for the competition. During our study sessions, we didn't only gain more knowledge about science, we also strengthened our critical thinking and communication skills. On the day of our invitational competition, our team was overjoyed to be competing in person, as we competed online the year before. Even though we were happy to compete in person, we were all still slightly nervous. However, having our principal, Mr. Bender, and vice principal, Miss O'Saxon, there to support us really helped us calm our nerves down. After competing, our team felt a sense of achievement and triumph. To our amazement, we placed second overall. Being on this amazing team has not only solidified my curiosity in science, but has also taught me many life lessons.
Thank you, Katie.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Charlotte?
Hi, my name is Charlotte Chu. I'm in 6th grade and I'm part of the Science Olympiad team at Longden Elementary. At first, I joined Science Olympiad for engineering. I love to build and I was curious about it. To my surprise, I made it in. Soon after, I learned that Science Olympiad was so much more than I thought it was. I learned geology, geography, aerodynamics, and so much more. It was especially delightful to meet people that I never would have met otherwise. These people put in incredible amounts of time and hard work. Some people are responsible for this team, and that I would like to give thanks to include Ms. Chang, Ms. Shea, parents or guardians, volunteers, and the rest of the Science Olympiad team.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Charlotte. So as you can see, we have some pretty amazing students here at Longden. I could not be more proud of them. This is so amazing to watch and see. I actually challenge them that when they get to high school, they join the Science Olympiad team there at the high school and come back to Longden and help us for our next group of little scientists at Longden. So thank you for the opportunity to share with all of you and hope that you enjoy the great things here happening at Longden.
I wanted to, if that's okay, to give a shout out to our high school students, our Science Olympiad high school students. Ryan and Kylie are here. They placed second overall out of 80 something schools. Am I right?
Wow.
Yes, and they're going to state. So we just want to say that we're really so lucky to have them come and mentor our kids, and we wouldn't be able to do without them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bender and your teachers, Ms. Sue, Ms. Chang. Thank you so much for all you do for our students. Students, congratulations on your achievements. It's just the beginning. And so we're so excited to see what you have coming to us next. Do any board members have any comments?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, go ahead.
How are they? Is this program for 4th, 5th, and 6th graders? Is that correct?
Yes.
And do they practice after school? Is that how it works?
Yes. Once a week we meet.
Oh, okay. And are you limited in the number of students? How do you pick the students that participate?
So they try out usually, and we are limited. It's based on the Southern California Science Olympiad Committee in the state committee, and they limit it to only 15 students they allow on a team. And every year we have about 60 students trying to compete and trying to try out. So it's a really heartbreaking decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, thank you for all that you do. It's a wonderful program, and I'm so proud of everybody involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
I know Caden mentioned he had been on the team before. How many students on this year's team are like second time or third time around students? So Kayla and Caden.
Caden and you recall?
Yes, Jessie, Kayla, and Lena.
That's great. Yeah. And Mrs. Chang and Mrs. Shea, you've been doing this for quite a few years now. How many years have you been? I know you've been doing this for close to 5 or more.
Yes, I think maybe around 6 years.
Well, thank you both for the time you put in to help the students each year. And students, we are extremely, extremely proud of all of you. It'll be really fun to see you continue doing this. And thank you for representing Longden and representing our district so well. So thank you so much for everything you did, all the time you put in to get ready for this competition. So thank you so much. We're very, very proud of you.
Thank you.
And thank you,
Very nice.
parents. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, parents.
Yes, thank you
All
to the parents for sure. You're so helpful.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely.
All right. With that, we will move on to item 13, which is public comment on agendized and non-agendized items. I don't think we have any public comment. Does anybody?
No, there
have
were none.
None? Okay.
No.
All right, so we'll move on to item number 14, which is community updates. I don't have very much today in terms of community updates. I understand tonight there's a cookout with cops happening at, I want to say now, I don't remember where I saw it.
I think it's Temple City Park, I believe.
That's what I thought. Temple City Park or Live Oak Park. I'm not really sure which one, but it's on now. And then we've got the soft opening of Primrose Park that was on 2/25. The video is posted. It looks beautiful. It's apparently the first park established in Temple City in over 60 years. So can't wait for that to open. Does any other board member have any community updates?
Get your applications in to build a float for the Camellia Parade in May.
All right. Okay. With that, we will move on to district updates. Let's go ahead and start off with business services. Connie, what do you have for us tonight?
Sure. Good evening, Board President Ms. Espinoza, Board of Education. And I'm happy to report to the board that after the board has authorized the district to apply AB 8041 grant, and this week we received a notice of proposed award. So this grant, also called the California School Healthy Air, Plumbing, and Efficiency Vandalization Program. And the award is for the first stage, which is assessment and maintenance in the amount of $305,787 for the HVAC at the high school and London. In order to secure the award funding, my department will finish additional forms and we will uploading them online. Grant agreement will be submitted for board ratification at the next board meeting. The next one is the board has approved the district use asset funding for the district-wide HVAC replacement. Under federal grant expanding guidelines, any capital expenditure for special purpose equipment with a unit cost over $5,000 require a pre-approval. The district has submitted such approval, and this week we also received a notice that our request has been approved. So basically, we can go ahead and move forward to purchase a unit. That is the end of my presentation or report. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie, for all that good news. We love it. All right, next person up is Educational Services. Chris, what do you have for us?
Hi, good evening, President Espinoza and our governing board members. I'm excited to announce that through the team effort between Ed Services and Human Resources, we have identified a person who can come in and support our counseling team and basically support our students 3 days a week at Temple City High School. So as you remember, we first attempted to fly a position for this, and it was very challenging. And so then Dr. Fricker directed us to identify an NPA, a non-public agency that could provide us with the support services in the meantime while we were waiting to fill this position. And today, the counseling team, myself, and Dr. K met with the candidate. And so I've been communicating with that person. And I know Dr. K has been as well. This is it's been really just a great turn of events for us this week. And we're going to get that person started as soon as they can get processed. And they're going to have them 3 days a week at the high school to provide added support for the students at the high school. As we know, it's just been a very, very challenging year on top of the previous year. And so as our counselors from the high school so eloquently presented to us the challenges our students are facing. And so I just want to thank the board and thank Dr. Fricker for all the efforts in this area to continue to support our students. And then that's the news from Ed Services today.
Great, more good news. We love it. All right, with that, we will go to Human Resource Services. Tamara, what do you have for us?
All right. Good evening, Board of Education. I'm going to kind of tag team on Mr. Holmes's update. I'll add a few extra things. So we have been flying the DIS counselor position now for a month. And this is the TCUSD position. We had 11 applicants and we were not able to fill it because none of them met the qualifications. Specifically, they did not possess the MFT license or the LCSW. We're still flying that position. We had one additional applicant. They too did not meet the qualifications. And as Mr. Holmes pointed out, we did interview somebody today. We will be moving forward 3 days a week to start with, and we will be starting the fingerprint process on that one. For the counselor position, we actually have a pool right now. We do have one of our counselors who has submitted for a leave until June. So good thing we flew it as a pool because we may be filling more than one position. We do have 5 qualified applicants for this, and we prioritize this, and we have interviews set for tomorrow. So we are confident that we will get 1 or possibly 2 candidates, and this will be at the secondary level. I do want to point out that the social emotional needs for our students has continued to escalate, and it is really, really important that we are prioritizing this area. I have just a little bit of data to kind of share with our team today. Currently, we have, this is up to the end of February, we had 48 students that demonstrated suicidal ideations and or consultations regarding self-harm. That is only up to February for this year. In the past years, we had 24, 29, 14, and 13. So as we can see, it's almost doubled and we're not even at June. So this really is a high priority area for us. And I really do think that we need to continue to prioritize it and pour in all the support that we can for our counselors as they are at the front lines serving our students. So that's an update for the counselors. An additional update, this is another one of my most exciting emails to send out. It's the Classified Employee of the Year nominations. Those got sent out last week. The Teacher of the Year ones are already out, and we should have those nominations coming back to us by Chrissy Taylor, who is our TCEA Vice President. And another good news, I love this one too. We are continuing to hire substitutes, which is the biggest win for our department because that's an area that is very difficult for us to fill. But every week we're continuing to add on additional substitutes. So that is my updates for this week.
Thank you. Yes, love the good news. And thank you for the update on the counseling area and what we've got in the pipeline for that. All right, so we'll move on to student services and a student discipline update. Chris, what do you have?
So I had updates planned today for attendance and student discipline, and we were going to also cover the data presented. So I'm glad that Dr. K was able to address that. That's very, very important. And we're so appreciative of the work of the counseling team. One of the things that we would highlight in that data, that it was only recently, well, in the past few years, that the attendance team changed the way it coded data. So in 1819, that year was when we codified consistently across the counseling team the manner in which the data is recorded. And so those are the years that'll be the most appropriate in us looking at these trends. Before that, that's why you see even between those previous years and that year, you see that jump, because before that, there wasn't this consistent practice, but the team there in 1819 got together and decided that this data was going to be very important. It was almost like they were clairvoyant in understanding how this was going to continue to be an important issue in supporting students. And so we're so grateful we have that to refer to, and it has guided our decision making in the district, and so appreciative. If it's okay, I can share my screen, correct?
You should be able to, Andrew. Do we need to give him some access?
No, he should be good.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. I get a little nervous when I start sharing my screen, but here we go. I have 2 graphs to share. Okay. So I'll go to, oop, that's in the way. Oh, still in the way. There you go. Start from the beginning. All right. So this is our attendance trends over the last 2 months. As we experienced at our sites, the Omicron variant impacted our attendance. And this was part of a lot of work that we were doing in looking at numbers and working with business services and providing them with the data that they needed for the work that they were doing. And so you can see here the dip in our attendance rate relative to February, which got us back to our 97% average that we normally experience. And so the Omicron variant and the guidance that we received from the state in expanding the short-term independent study parameters that allowed families to decide to keep their children home temporarily instead of going into independent study, the full virtual academy, but just keep their children home temporarily. Between that and contact tracing, et cetera, we did see a temporary dip in our attendance from 90. I apologize that the numbers weren't indicated on the chart. 97 is our normal. We dipped to 93, about 93.5% in January. And now back in February, we're back at our normal 97% attendance rate. And so we really did attribute this mostly to the Omicron variant and its impacts. Now in student discipline, the graph we're looking at is our suspendable offenses over the course of the entire year. So these don't necessarily receive suspensions, but they are suspendable. And then these days are tracked with it. The blue chart is for the 18-19 school year, our last year before Omicron impacted us in the 19-20 school year. And the red graph bars are for 21-22. And so we can see that in total, we've almost caught up to our 18-19 numbers in terms of student behavior. I would say when I look at the graph personally, what stands out to me most is it seems to be an increase in behaviors manifesting at the 8th grade level. But a lot of our data so far is definitely trending a little bit higher, but I wouldn't say that, I would just say that our teams are working very hard at the sites to address behavioral issues and still support our students. We have had some behavioral issues this week that did result in suspension, both at the high school and at the middle school. And we are working with those teams to address this and support students. And also those teams are also working on some proactive approaches here in the spring. And through the guidance of Dr. Fricker, we want to make some efforts both through student services and ed services to promote some activities that are going to increase student connectivity, engagement, and student morale. And so I will be happy to answer any questions that any of our board members might have.
Anything else? I mean, I just have one observation, but I'll let board members, if anybody has comments or questions about that update. Donna, were you saying something?
You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
There we go.
Kiana has her hand up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Kiana, you're not on my screen. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on, but I couldn't see you. All
No
right, so
worries. You can hear me, right?
I can now. Yes. I can.
Perfect. Hi, Mr. Holmes. I'm so glad that you presented that today. I just have a few quick questions. So I know in the past you kind of coordinated a lot of our behavioral incidents under minor incidents and major incidents. I was just wondering if the graph that you presented today, was that all incidents combined or no?
No, so that was major incidents. So previously we had talked about minor incidents, but today I just really wanted to focus on the types of incidents that really probably caused the most concern. I have not seen or any type of upward trend of minor incidents. But what I just shared with you is what we call, even though they don't always get suspended, it's under the Safe School Act that we have to provide data to teachers. And so that was the data that I just shared with you, was what would be considered suspendable offenses. Yes, 7th grade through 12th grade.
So looking at the graph, though, it showed that this year we actually went down in major incidents then compared to the school year 18-19.
So, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because although I tried to, I don't know that I clearly used my words, and it's been a while since I've been a presenter, that the data from 18-19 is for the entire school year. And this graph is only up to this point. Exactly. So I do appreciate your pointing that out. And that's why I kind of said that we would probably see this data surpassed by the end of the year. We hope not, and we have faith in our students. But right now, based on trends, it appears that the data probably will pass that data. And so, yes, the report I ran will not allow me to limit the date range for the previous school year. It runs basically for the year to the data that we have up to the point. So thank you.
Thank you. And one last thing, I did notice, like you pointed out, that 8th grade was had the most significant change in, and it was showing the biggest number of major incidents. And I don't know if maybe board members have any insight as to maybe why this is specifically that one grade. It was really interesting to me because all the other grades were pretty constant.
I have a thought.
Matt?
They say the middle school is the transition period in students' education, and these kids were at home for the last 2 years. So my guess might be that they're adjusting.
Yeah. And my overall just observation is, it's not just anecdotal. I think the data that you shared today shows that, we're not even through the full year, and we have a significant number of serious incidents of behavior. And, I have definite faith in our teams that they're doing their very best to address everything as best as we can. And I'm just hopeful that at some point, we'll start seeing some dips. So thank you, Mr. Holmes, for your presentation, and we'll move on to educational technology. Susan, what do you have for us?
Yeah, good evening, President Espinosa and Board of Education. Let's start with the virtual academy this time. Even with the COVID pandemic being less threatening now, we still have a rather robust number of students in the Temple City Virtual Academy. As of today, we have 128 students in secondary, with a strong showing in 12th graders, which doesn't surprise me. It's typical, I think, across all the San Gabriel Valley, having talked with some of my AXA compatriots this morning. And we have over 300 students in elementary that's dispersed across all the grade levels. So with that high number, I take that as a good sign that the education that they're receiving meets the needs of our families. So I do just want to have a shout out to all our virtual academy teachers. I mean, you guys rock. It is definitely a collaborative team effort to pull off the virtual academy in such a short amount of time. So thanks to all of them. On the other end, on the tech side, we received a memo last week from LACO Technology Services relaying an advisory and guidance regarding cybersecurity in light of the current conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So we are reviewing our current cybersecurity based on those recommendations, and then we're continuing to evaluate what we already have in place, and then any additional measures that we need to take in the upcoming weeks and months to strengthen our protection for Temple City Unified. And that is it.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, I would like to echo your shout out to all of the teachers and staff that are part of the Virtual Academy for your work. I think it's been, a very important tool or way of learning for many, many students. So thank you so much. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 16, bargaining units, TCAA. Kyla, do you have anything for us tonight?
Not tonight, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to CSEA 105. Tessie, do you have anything for us?
I don't think she's on.
No? Is there anyone on for 105?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, I'm here. We don't have anything.
Oh, okay, all right, great,
Thanks.
thank you. All right, and then we have CSCA 823. Art, are you with us?
Yes, hi. Good evening,
Hi.
everyone. I really don't have much to say. I'm just glad we finally got a date to get to the table and get our negotiations finalized. I'm looking forward to that. Other than that, everybody stay safe.
Thank you, Art. All right, we will move on to item number 17, which is board member updates. And tonight we will start with Member Smith.
Okay. A few things first. Thank you to Kyle Bender, Karen Shea, and Samantha Chang for the great Longden Science Olympiad presentation earlier and the students involved, and it was fun to see their projects and find out what was going on. I know this is Happy Women's Month, and yesterday I guess was technically officially Women's Day, and so thank you for all the women who help us out with all the things that we do. I had a chance to catch a couple of CIF championship games, the boys soccer on the 26th and the girls basketball, both very competitive games. And unfortunately, we didn't win either one of those, but we all know about what happened last Saturday in Hacienda Heights. So our boys came in first. Had a chance to attend the TCNLL opening ceremonies on March 4th. It was a very nice gathering, and it was fun to see everybody get together again for the first time in a couple of years. Also had a chance to attend the Laguna Beach Patriots Day Parade this past Saturday, and I'm sure people have seen it, but Julia Yu received the Middle School Military Drum Major Award for second place. The middle school auxiliaries came in first place with a score of 90. The drill team came in first place with a score of 92. And the sweepstakes winner was Oak Avenue Royals Band, who got the highest overall band score in the entire parade, beating all the other schools, including high schools. And of note in particular, these kids have never marched in their life. They missed the last 2 years. And the marching doesn't start until 7th grade, so they did a fantastic job. And then I'd just like to thank the 14 individuals and organizations in tonight's agenda who donated $12,461 and change. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smith. Next, we'll go to Member Lynn.
Thank you, Board President Espinoza. It was such a joy to see our Science Olympia Tigers get recognized in tonight's meeting. I love the Rube Goldberg presentation. Kudos to Ms. Samantha Chang and Ms. Karen Shea for mentoring the Tigers and for their dedication. I would like to remind the public to reset your clocks this Sunday to spring forward 1 hour, because basically you go to bed an hour early or your body will feel like losing an hour of sleep. But the problem is the problem is really being able to fall asleep an hour earlier. Finally, I won't be able to attend the March 23rd board meeting because I need to present at the Founders Day PTA Honorary Service Awards in San Marino that same evening. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lynn. Member Georgino, what do you have for us?
Thank you. It's been an eventful past 2 weeks, and I'm happy to say that it's been jam-packed with positive and uplifting activities. Last week, I attended Temple City National Little League opening ceremonies and Temple City American Softball Association opening ceremonies, and it was so great to see so many of our students gathering with their friends and running around having a good time. We heard about Longden's participation in the Science Olympiad and also Temple City High School placing second out of 83 schools. But Oak Avenue also participated in the Science Olympiad, the regional competition, and they placed third. And both Temple City High School and Oak Avenue will be participating in the state Science Olympiad next month. So good luck to them. Then there's our sports teams at Temple City High School. I attended the girls basketball game as they participated in the CIF finals. And although they didn't win, our Lady Rams really did a great job and they made me very proud. So congratulations to all of them. And the cherry on top for all of this, of course, was the big morale boosting event for our schools and the community, the boys soccer team's journey to winning the CIF state championship. And special congratulations to the players, coaches, parents, and Temple City High School administration. I think after 2 really challenging years, this was a welcome achievement for our district and the entire community. So thank you to them. That's it.
All right, thank you, Member Georgino. Member Sneed?
Okay, thank you, President Espinoza. Congratulations to the Longden Olympiad team. Thank you for sharing at our meeting tonight. We're very, very proud of you. Yeah, huge congratulations to the boys soccer team for winning their state championship. We're so proud of you for reaching that level. But what I was very proud of watching them play is just the teamwork and sportsmanship they showed on the field every time where they were out there. That's what I think they just showed every team they played. This is what sportsmanship is about. This is what teamwork's about. So great job. Congratulations also to the girls basketball team in their finals. You really showed a lot of courage, and you also were great examples of sportsmanship out there. It was a tough game, but you never gave up, and we're really, really proud of all of you. As a former band mom, also congratulations to the Oak Avenue Band and Auxiliaries. The Laguna Beach Patriots Parade is always a beautiful place to go, and congratulations for winning sweepstakes award with the band, first place in drill, first place auxiliary, and second place for the drum majors. That's a great way to represent your school in Temple City. A lot of congratulations tonight. Like Donna had mentioned, the high school color guard placed 3rd in the Winter Guard Association Southern California competition a few weeks ago. We are celebrating Women's History Month, and this is a time when we can recognize those women who have been role models and have helped shape our nation. I'm very proud of having been raised by one of the original very powerful women, and she gave me a good path to follow. And thank you to all the women in history who have given us great examples to follow. I also attended the National Little League and Softball Association opening ceremonies. A lot of enthusiasm in all of those. Last week, I was able to pay a visit to Emperor and read to Miss Medina's class for Read Across America. And after that, Mr. Riddell gave me a tour of the school, and I wanted to thank her and her staff for such a nice welcome. And it was great to see firsthand the wonderful job, the wonderful things they're doing with, that the Emperor staff is doing with their Emperor Eagles. The kids are out there on the playground having a good time. They're having a good time in their classrooms. And so I want to thank the Emperor staff for being so welcoming. Thank you also to our 14 donors for donating a total of $12,461.54 to our schools. I want to recognize the fact that we are nearing the end of 2 years of this pandemic, but we can celebrate now that the numbers have come down since the winter break, and hopefully we're moving in. It seems like we're moving in the right direction. And lastly, as many people around the world are doing, I just want to say that we do stand with Ukraine, and I'm truly, truly inspired by the courage of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sneed. I'll go next. I'm going to try to keep my comments brief, but I wanted to start by wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day, to all the accomplished, strong women role models in our lives and around the world that have left us, and those that are still with us. May those role models inspire young women in our school district and around the world not to let old gender stereotypes limit your dreams and goals. I also want to, I understood just from, my search on the internet that Friday, the first Friday in March was Employee Appreciation Day. So to all of our district employees, thank you all for all you do each day to support our students. Your work means everything to us. So thank you so much. And in terms of attendance, there was a heavy sporting event attendance that I had over the last couple of weeks that my fellow board members talked about, and so proud to, be there to witness the great sportsmanship and it was just great to be there for our students, and I always enjoy a good game, so that was wonderful. There's just so much to celebrate with our students that everybody has touched on. And we want to keep on celebrating and keep on praising our students and encouraging them to push themselves and do their very best, and know that not only do their parents support them, but their school district supports them. So I'm just very proud of everything the kids are doing, and just, want to encourage them to keep striving, and we will keep supporting. And those are my comments for tonight. So we will move on to item number 18, student board member comments. Kiana,
Yes, thank
how are
you.
you today?
Good to hear from you, and I was really nice to hear everybody's updates today. So in terms of my updates, first, I want to start off with lots of congratulations. Again, congratulations to our boys soccer team. They actually made high school history. So in all of our years at the Temple City High School, we have never made it this far with boys soccer. So they won to be specific, the Division 5 Southern Regional State Championships. And we're actually holding a rally with ASB this Friday during lunchtime. If any of our board members want to stop by to watch our performing arts groups and our pep and cheer support and honor our athletes for their hard work. Congratulations again to our girls basketball team for qualifying to state, and a special shout out to their dedication and efforts, because even on their way from a 3-hour-long bus ride to their state game, their bus broke down in the middle of the desert, and they still stood strong and held a strong game that night. So I was really proud of them. Also, congratulations to our high school choreo team for placing first in jazz, dance, character, lyrical, as well as bringing home the showmanship trophy. I also want to highlight that this was their first competition in over 2 years since before the quarantine, and they still performed amazing. Also, congratulations to our high school science Olympiad team, who finished second out of 83 LA County teams. One of our captains, Kylie Bell, she did note to me in class today that she was really proud, especially because, now online, there are even kids outside of our district talking about how amazing our Science Olympiad team is. So that was one thing she was really proud of. So also, I want to note, please support our high school PTSA by purchasing a PTSA t-shirt at www.bonfire.com/TCHS PTSA fundraiser, and they're selling 4 different colors of their PTSA t-shirt as a fundraiser. Our QSA and Dream Equal clubs at the Temple City High School are also holding a food drive all throughout this month to support the LA LGBT Center's food pantry to feed the LGBTQ plus senior citizens. So please donate any canned or packaged foods if you're able to all throughout this month. I believe if any board members or anybody listening tonight are interested in donating, we will collect them in 311. We can distribute it to the right classrooms. Now that some COVID restrictions are lifting, we're really excited to announce our high school band, jazz band, and orchestra festival concert, which is next Tuesday, March 15th at 7 p.m. It's outside in the senior circle, so if you're free, I would highly encourage you all to please come by to support our performing arts groups and enjoy a lovely evening of live entertainment. In terms of sports this week, tomorrow, our boys tennis is playing at home at 3:15 against Crescenta Valley. And on Friday, the baseball team is playing against South Pass, also at home at 3:15. So those are 2 games I would highly encourage any of you who are interested to support. I also had the very nice pleasure of meeting with Mr. Westgate this morning from the DDSLC. He did report that they have completed their WASP forms and they're preparing for a CAASPP testing for their 10th through 12th graders. And their adult transition program as well as adult school will not be participating in the CASP testing. They just started their third quarter and they're really excited to announce that now as their restrictions are lifting, they're able to participate in field trips. So their adult transition program was taking their first field trips out to the community. And last week they went to the post office and learned how to mail letters. Their adult school opened early registration and their classes are now growing, as well as they are hiring new ESL teachers. And they actually finally got accepted to start iTrain for the new staff. So they wanted to highlight that. Thank you so much. And those are my updates.
Thank you, Kiana. We'll move on to item number 19, superintendent comments. Kim?
Thank you, President Espinosa. First and foremost, congratulations to our men's soccer team. It was thrilling games and it was such it was fun to watch them. They have phenomenal footwork and they just did an amazing job. They truly work like a team. And it was just a thrill for everybody just to see their showmanship on the field. So congratulations to that men's soccer team. I do want to announce that the Superintendent's Forum is March 15th. That is a Tuesday. It'll be talking this time on universal TK and our full day kinder programs. So we want to make sure that we make that presentation. I know that Miss Amy Gerling is going to be assisting, as well as Mr. Scott Sherman, along with that presentation on that night. We will be having an upcoming presentation, Superintendent's Forum, on the preschool program, which is about to launch next year. So we're excited about that. And Miss Mickey Wong will be assisting me with that presentation at a future date. Surveys will be sent out just as we are approaching Friday, where the mask mandates and some of the COVID protocols are going to be changing. We do have great anticipation of that. So as always, we're waiting for those announcements from the LA County Department of Public Health. And when we get the written documents, we will make sure to update our protocols shortly thereafter. We do want to make sure that everyone has a chance to fill out the survey and give us some feedback, as that is important to get all information from our stakeholders before those announcements go out. I then met with the president from PCC today to discuss just a partnership with that community college in regard to programs related to dual enrollment and or concurrent enrollment. I know that this was a topic that the board has brought up for us to look into, so we are exploring those partnerships. We used to have strong partnerships prior to COVID and the closures, of course, that have happened. And so we want to make sure that we are looking at what those partnerships can be. An upcoming meeting later on this month will be held between the dean of the program, as well as the president herself and myself and Mr. Holmes. So once we get all of the details on the operations between the two organizations, we can come back with a presentation to the board and give the board options about what we're wanting to do with that partnership. So we look forward to that. And we're definitely exploring all of those options as we're coming out of the COVID pandemic. As with any crisis, it's normally at the end of the crisis when we kind of feel the effects of a crisis or a difficult situation or a stressful situation. So with that in mind, I did go on down to the high school and I met with the ASB just to discuss ways that we can have or create activities with the students, the student body, to make sure that we are addressing the needs of students and making sure that they can come into community with one another as we release or relax some of these guidelines from the pandemic. And sometimes that's difficult. There are still fears associated. So we want to make sure that we're very mindful of that. But we always all want to create those communal type activities where students can feel welcome, safe, and then engaged, re-engaged on a new level as we come into this new normal. So that's really important. I think, Kiana, you are the spokesperson for me. So from the ASB. So when you come up with a list of some of those things that we can do, definitely make contact with me and then we can see how we move some of those things forward. So I appreciate the partnership with ASB. And that is the end of my comments.
Thank you, Kim. Lots of exciting stuff. I appreciate it. All right, so we will move on to item number 20, which is written communications. And we had one. and it was sent on March 8th from Fei Huang. Dear Temple City School District board members, I am one of the Temple City District student parents. I'm just wondering if our school district is willing to offer bilingual program for K through 12. What I know is Pasadena, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Walnut already are doing the bilingual program, and they've got great results. Thank you so much for spending time for my question. And I know that Dr. Fricker has already engaged with the parent, and I think we'll be hearing more about that at a future meeting. All right. Now we will be moving on to the discussion information section of our agenda, starting with educational services. Item number 21, universal transitional kindergarten. My understanding is Amy Gerling's going to speak on this.
Yes, good evening, President Espinoza and TCUSD Board of Education. I am also going to attempt to successfully share my screen, if you give me a moment. Andrew, am I a success?
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So as I said, I'm here this evening to give you updates and information on our universal transitional kindergarten, which is also known by the acronyms UTK and UPK for Universal Pre-Kindergarten, which will be fully implemented in the 25 to 26 school year. So Universal Transitional Kindergarten is a minimum of 180 minutes daily that is taught by a fully credentialed teacher, and it provides students academic, social, emotional, and physical opportunities to prepare for kindergarten. Regardless of income, all children between the birth dates of September 2nd and February 2nd can enjoy the benefits of the Transitional Kindergarten Bridge between preschool and kindergarten, or if they did not attend preschool, straight into TK for preparation for kindergarten. Our current TK program serves students who turn 5 between September 2nd and December 2nd. However, next year, the window will also include students who turn 5 before February 2nd. And then it is going to expand to all 4-year-olds by the 25-26 school year. So there will be sort of a progressive inclusion of students in those dates until all 4-year-olds are included. Currently, the program is half day at 2 of our sites and then 3/4 day at 1 of our sites. Another exciting change is that our students at all sites will have programming for the full day. And another change will be that it includes physical education. So our class size ratios for next year's transitional kindergarten will be 12:1. We currently have up to 20 in a TK class, but our class size will move to potentially 24 students with 1 credentialed teacher and a qualified aide who will meet the class size ratio of 1:12. As I mentioned before, developmentally appropriate play-based learning that develops the academic, social, emotional learning will be the pillars of our UTK program and expansion. And like I said before, also will include PE for physical readiness for kindergarten, as well as a foreign language component. For our members of the community that don't know, we currently have Universal Transitional Kindergarten at Emperor, La Rosa, as well as Longden, and we will continue to have UTK at those sites. Here are a couple of useful flyers that will be going onto our website, which include the QR code for registration. They will be posted for accessibility to our parents, as well as posted at our school sites so that parents can find registration easily. As Dr. Fricker mentioned during her comment section, there will also be a superintendent's forum next week on the 15th, where we will highlight some of the exciting things that are coming for our UTK program. So with that, are there any questions that I can answer for you?
Board members, does anyone have questions?
Sounds good.
Definitely. I did have one. When you say a language, a foreign language component, what does that kind of look like? What is it kind of gearing up to look like?
So I can grab this question. So it is exactly what the parent ed wrote into. We're trying to find an initiation point where we can look at implementing a really TK through 12 bilingual program. We have made strides in that direction at the upper levels. We have brought language into Oak Avenue or reintroduced it. I guess it was there a while ago, but then it had gone away. So we did find a way to reintroduce a language program in Oak Avenue. So we did have it at the high school. We now have it this year at Oak Avenue. And then we're hopeful to start something at some initiation point down at the elementary level. So we have not completely formulated that plan, but that is our intent. We would then put that together and bring that back to board, probably as a separate presentation. But we are definitely listening to our parents. We understand it's a consideration that the board wants us to move forward with. So we're anxious to do that.
Great. I know that's going to make a lot of families super happy. So thank you so much for that time and attention on that. Any other questions? Okay, so we are now on. Thank you so much, Amy, for
You're
your
so
time.
welcome.
And we'll move on to item number 22, preschool curriculum presentation. Amy, you're still on.
This is
And
thank you
vendors
for reintroducing me. I
All
appreciate you. President Espinoza, again, I'm going to attempt to share my screen for just one slide. I do have guest speakers here to share the preschool curriculum that Mickey Wong and I, as well as the special education department, have been looking at for our exciting upcoming preschool. A lot of work is going into this preschool. I am proud and happy to be a part of it. But I just would like to go ahead and take a moment to show a graphic for you and any public members that might be watching. And Andrew, one more time, can you give me a thumbs up if I'm a success?
You're good.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So as mentioned, we have speakers here this evening that are going to present curriculums for your informational purposes. From McGraw-Hill World of Wonders, we have Wendy DeCrow, and I believe Astrid Longo might be here, but I know Wendy will be conducting the presentation and any questions that you have for her. Following that presentation, we are going to hear from Dr. James River. He is from Teaching Strategies, Creative Curriculum. So with that, I will stop my share and invite Wendy to unmute yourself.
Yes, okay, welcome everybody. So happy to be here. I'm just going to share a quick little, I know time is precious, a quick little 3-4 minute video just kind of highlighting what World of Wonders from McGraw-Hill offers. And then if you have any questions afterwards, that is just fine. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And let's see where we are here. All right, so here's just a little taste of what McGraw-Hill's World of Wonders for early learners, pre-K students offers.
Early childhood educators play a tremendous role in children's lives. Not only do you prepare them for kindergarten, you guide their first steps on a path of lifelong learning. You know it's important that all students develop the skills they will need to succeed in kindergarten and beyond. But how can you be sure that your young learners are getting the guidance and support they need? How can you plan a day of rich learning and keep kids engaged the whole time? How can you foster the skills that will help them learn from and connect with others? Now there's a better way to help guide your students into a world that's full of wonders. World of Wonders is an early childhood literacy program that builds strong pre-reading skills and social-emotional success while introducing children to key content areas like math, science, social studies, music, and movement. And because early childhood classrooms are as different as the children who fill them, World of Wonders is built to help you meet a wide variety of student interests and needs, giving you more time to do what you love to do, teach. Deliver the right instruction for every child by following our clear instructional paths, designed to be developmentally appropriate for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. You'll also find support for English learners and children with special needs, including adaptations for adjusting instruction. Whether you have a half-day or a full-day class, time is precious, and keeping a classroom of young learners focused is challenging. World of Wonders makes it easy to plan your unit, your week, and your day. Unit and weekly themes connect all content areas. You'll find thoughtful guidance for prep time, morning messages, center time, and ways to use transition time to reinforce what kids have learned. Your kids gain rich learning experiences from classroom resources that are engaging, interesting, and flexible. But you also want your resources to be structured enough that you can rely on their support. World of Wonders offers structure, with the flexibility to choose your own themes and projects and incorporate your favorite activities. You'll find a collection of great resources, including big books, colorful cards, flip charts, and wonderful trade books that bring themes to life, and the space to integrate your favorite books and activities into your lessons. After all, you know your kids and their interests best. Beyond fostering a love of learning, you'll also help your youngest learners develop social-emotional skills, which are just as critical to their future success as reading or math. Help them focus, engage, and bolster the skills they need to enter kindergarten with weekly social-emotional lessons that guide them through understanding and expressing feelings and interacting with each other. With World of Wonders, you'll make their transition to kindergarten easy and familiar with consistent instructional features, classroom routines, and support. Every child will leave your classroom well prepared in both background knowledge and key school routines, so that they enter kindergarten with confidence.
Well, that was just a quick look at the overarching features and ideas that are part of our research-based program. Are there any questions or anything I can clarify further?
Board members, anything? All right. Thank you so much.
I do want to thank Wendy DeCrow from McGraw for hanging on so long. She is on Texas time, which, as you know, is a couple of hours ahead of us. So thank you, Wendy, so much. At this time, I'm going to introduce Dr. James Rivet from Creative Curriculum.
I think is this what we're seeing on the screen? We might need to take it down, right?
Yeah, I think someone needs to stop sharing so that I can share.
Wendy.
There we go. There we go. Okay, great. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And Amy, if you could let me know, I really want to be respectful of everyone's time. And you said for me to do this in 7 minutes. So with 1 minute to go, would you please let me know? Because I would like to stick with the time parameters. I'm going to get to the program in about 30 seconds, but I did want to share 2 quick PowerPoint slides with you before I get to the program. The first one is that Teaching Strategies is the most widely used early program in early childhood in the United States by far. And the reason why we believe that it's the most widely used program is that we have the only connected ecosystem in early childhood. What do I mean by ecosystem? It means that we have one platform where all of the different solutions that we offer, from our curriculum to our manipulatives to our trauma-based app to our social emotional learning to our family engagement to our summer backpacks to our progress monitoring to our professional development to our student-facing app and our assessment, are all found in one environment. I'd like to take you to that environment and highlight, in my opinion, the most powerful feature that's found within teaching strategies. So right now I'm logged in as a pre-K teacher. And as you can see across the top, I have my library of digital resources. I have my Teach tab. I have my assessment, gold, professional development, reporting, and family engagement. I'd like to point out, I'm going to take you through one thing that I think can really help to change the direction of teaching in your early childhood classrooms. And that's this. Of all of the digital resources that we have here, social emotional learning in a children's digital library, book discussion cards, everything that you see, by the way, is available in both English and in Spanish with the simple click of a button. All I have to do is click on Spanish here, and everything that you saw in English is available in Spanish. But this is the thing that I wanted to show you that I think you'll really appreciate. I'm going to click on our teaching guides, and our teaching guides are kind of the heart and soul of what we do. Each one of these teaching guides is about 150 pages. It's broken down into day-by-day structured lesson plans with the question of the day, the vocabulary, all of those different things. And I could go through and I could show you each one of these, but I want to show you how the 32 that are available in English and the 32 that are available in Spanish, I want to show you what this looks like from a day in the life of a teacher. If I'm a early childhood, I'm a pre-K teacher, and I walk into my classroom, what is the power of the creative curriculum in my room for that day? I log in, I go to the Teach tab. I'm about to start teaching, let me log in here. I'm about to start teaching a unit for the day, and it can be on any one of those 32 different topics that you just saw. So I'm going to go to my monthly tab, and I'm going to click Add a Study. And it says, okay, what day would you like for the study to begin? I'm going to click on starting next Monday. And then here are my 32. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in TK. I want to go to pre-K. Let's see. Sorry, I'm going to show you that one more time. I go to the Teach tab. I go to the month. It says add a study. What day would you like for the study to begin? I click on Monday, and here are my 32 different studies. And you can see they're alphabetized, but all of these different interest areas. I click on, say, gardening, because I really like gardening. You'll notice that it automatically populates into a monthly view for gardening. And then if I'm a teacher, I can look at my weekly view. Again, this is starting next week. You can see every day of the week. Here's my gardening activity. Here's my choice time, my question of the day, my large group, my read aloud, my small group, my mighty minutes, my outdoor activity. It's all there for me. But here's the most powerful feature, and I want to show you something inside of here that I think you'll really like. When I go to the day view, every day now, let's see, when I click on every day now, when I go, let's see, I'm going to have to go to the next couple of days because I started next week. Every day now, I have my list of activities. And here they are. And if I want to start with an outdoor activity, I can click over here, and I'm a teacher, I can start with my outdoor activity. If I want to start with a read aloud after that, I can move this around. But here is where I get to individualize instruction in a way that no other program can really do. In this small group activity, I get to click on intentional teaching experience. And here, all of the students in my class are organized according to color bands from birth all the way up through kindergarten. I want to say that again. From birth all the way up through kindergarten, students are individually placed inside of these color bands so that I can differentiate instruction for every student in my class through small group activities. I have special call outs for the objectives, for materials that are used, for including all children. When I'm working with students with special needs that are in every class, I can click on here And this gives special little instructions for how to work with students with special needs. I can view this in Spanish. I can share it with a family. Yes.
You have a little less than a minute.
Little less than a minute. Thank you very much. So you can see the ability to literally be able to differentiate instruction for every student in your class is a priority. And how do we do that? Right here through the assessment tab. I can click on assessment. I'm a teacher in the classroom. I'm watching students play in the sandbox or in an outdoor activity. How did the child estimate? How did the child count? All I have to do is click on any one of these standards. I open it up. There are the standards, again, from birth through kindergarten. I look at my class and I can see Bella is doing this, and this student is here, and this student is here. And wow, this student and this student are doing exceptionally well. These two students are doing okay. And boy, Vivian is really struggling. I click on that observational assessment. I click save, and that is going to further differentiate instruction for my students day after day after day. So would love to have an opportunity to show you more. I hope in the 7 minutes that you've got to see something that is definitely unique to teaching strategies. I appreciate your time and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you for the presentation. We really appreciate it. It's great, great tool. Any comments or questions from our board members?
Looks great. It sure does.
Thank you, Dr. Rivet.
You're welcome. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Dr. Rivet, thank you, Wendy DeCrow. And that is it for our presentation for item number 22.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Have a good evening. All right, we will move on to business services. Item number 23, facility master plan. I believe Connie and we have some guests joining us tonight on this.
Yes. Good evening again, Board President Ms. Espinoza tonight. I very appreciate that our LPA, it is the architect firm on this project in charge, and they'll be patient waiting for our turn. And Mr. Dave Evers, the principal in charge, and Mrs. Sabrina Lehman and project manager, they are here. They will present the status of our district-wide facility master plan.
All right, thank you very much, Connie. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Fricker, members of the cabinet, staff, students, whoever other guests might be online as well. It's a pleasure to be with you. Again, my name is Dave Eves. I'm a principal with LPA, and I have with me Sabrina Lehman, our project manager for this project. So you may recall, and Sabrina, you're going to share screen, correct? So maybe
correct.
That going here.
Yes, one sec. Hold on one second here. There we go. And there we go. Is everyone able to see it?
I see your desktop.
Uh-oh.
Camping. Camping trip with the boy.
Do you see it now, or is it still? Okay, good. Perfect.
Thanks so much, Sabrina. Why don't we go to the next slide? So we thought we'd give you about a 15-minute or so, maybe 20 minutes presentation and update for you all on the progress we've made on the facilities master plan. This is the team, and if you recall, we came before you, maybe it was about a year ago, maybe a little more, with a similar presentation, an overview of the process that we would be undergoing for the district-wide facilities master plan. This is the team. Sabrina and I are representing Jim and Andrea, who will be an integral part of the process as well, but we're unable to attend tonight. And then, of course, we're representing the other members of our integrated team who will be part of the site condition assessment process and helping us with cost estimating as well once we get to that point in the process. Next slide. So this is our agenda. We'll review with you the goals for the process, the organization of the process, the schedule. We'll talk about the stakeholder groups and their individual roles and responsibilities. We'll review with you the school sites, and then we'll talk a little bit about sample documents and deliverables. And then we will have opportunity for questions and what we call a defining success activity at the end. And I will say we'll have two opportunities for the board to weigh in and provide us with comments and feedback. One will be about midway through the presentation that Sabrina will facilitate. And then again at the very end when we get to our defining success activity. So you will have an opportunity to ask questions and to provide feedback along the way. So this is a little bit about what we believe as a firm experienced in facilities master plans for our K-12 public school districts across the state of California. There are a lot of common themes when it comes to what we believe a successful master plan is. It's about people-driven, it's stakeholder engagement and public outreach. It's research informed, it's learner centered, it's finding the connection between your curriculum and pedagogy, teaching styles, and how facilities support those for your district. It's exploratory. We want to ask probing questions, we want to explore challenging issues, and we want to think differently about how students may learn and teachers may teach in the future. It's transparent. We want to build consensus, both with the board, with your executive steering committee, but also with your community as well. It's implementable. We always believe that a facilities master plan needs to provide the district with a roadmap for implementation, where those potential facilities improvement projects are tied to a funding source. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the presentation. And then it's long range, right? We're looking at a 10 to 20 year window here. And so we want to think differently. We want to think about the future and what the future may or may not hold for education. Next slide. So why a master plan? Well, obviously, master plans are an important part for a district to set you up for potential state funding. The California Department of Education requires or recommends that a facilities master plan be prepared by a school district every 3 to 5 years. So it's an important document that provides you with that roadmap. But what we really believe is that it's about driving decisions and finding that consensus within your community about how your schools need to support the educational vision of the district and support your community. And that master plan can be a key step in linking, as I mentioned, curriculum and pedagogy with your facilities in order to achieve the district's goals and meet the community's needs. So that's kind of an overview. And obviously what we do here is we put the district at the center of our team of experts and to guide you along the way. Next slide. So some of the goals for the process in terms of how we would define success, there's really sort of two strategies here when we talk about a process approach for a facilities master plan. The one on the left is something that we would call a type 1, which is something that's very sort of needs assessment and modernization driven, which means we're really focusing on maintenance and repair type of projects. And the alternative is what we call type 2. It's more visionary. And the graph on the right kind of talks about it's looking at the academic vision for the district. And again, thinking about how the district may evolve and how learning and teaching may evolve over the next 10 to 20 years, and how your facilities then need to be flexible in order to support those needs. So again, two processes here. One is very focused and is needs assessment driven. And the second is much more visionary and exploratory in terms of pushing boundaries. And next slide, please. So some of the components of the facilities master plan include these items here. So we're going to focus on coordinating with the district. We're going to perform facilities condition assessments, educational assessment standards. We're going to integrate those and develop facilities master plan diagrams, and also engage your stakeholder groups. And Sabrina, maybe you'd want to enlighten us a little bit maybe on some of these particular items.
Sure. Thank you, Dave. So thank you again for letting us join you this evening. We're really excited to be here, and I will sort of walk you through some of the components of that facilities master plan. And so each of these bubbles are actually a really important element of the ultimate document that we will be providing the district by the end of this calendar year. And so the visionary and sort of educational vision goals, which is in our blue bubbles, are really tied to the ed specs. We also have a demographics review, and I know that the district has sort of started the first step in developing, reached out to a consultant to have the demographics assessments done. We at LPA, we do a facilities need assessments, we do site walks, and sort of do focus group meetings, which I'll talk about in a moment. We do have cost estimating that provides a financial analysis. And then ultimately, we also then, through all of our stakeholder meetings, have a community outreach component of that. And all of each of these elements come together to form the basis for the ultimate facilities master plan. Now, before we sort of get into the nitty gritty of what all those components are, I just wanted to touch upon the schedule. So we are currently, and Dave touched upon this when we started our presentation, we did present to the board about a year ago. We had started the process, and at that time we had done, at that point, some site walks for all the schools and had met with the principals. And then due to sort of our current status a year ago, and with schools opening, we hit the pause button and reconnected this fall, and have been meeting with the district. I know there's been sort of a lot of change in the district, and so we've restarted that process now in the new year. We've been meeting with stakeholders and are now preparing to do, we've issued our principal surveys and have had a good response from most of our schools, and preparing to do our principal interviews and site walks this month, with the intent to then meet with our focus groups. And I'll sort of highlight, so we're sort of here in the process. This is where we are today. This is our meeting today with the board today. We'll be conducting our principal interviews and site walks this month, and then leading into our focus groups. And from there, we will then move into additional stakeholder surveys, interviews with M&O, our demographics review, and start working through really understanding both the physical assessment for each site and then the educational specifications moving forward. The goal of our team to date is that over the summer break, we'll be working through developing some of our documentation, and we'll come back and present back to the board in the fall, and sort of with the intention of completing the facilities master plan by the end of this calendar year. I will touch upon, I just wanted to highlight these boxes here where we're talking about our site 1, 2, and 3. I will refer back to these in a moment when I talk about our school site committees, but the intent is that we'll be meeting with our school sites in May. We'll develop our site diagrams and then meet again for a town hall and one-on-ones in the fall. So keep that in your back pocket as I walk through all our different sort of component groups. Just to roll it back for a moment, our baseline sort of starting point in this process is really holding to our group and our design team the tenets of Temple City USD's mission, vision, and history. The district's mission to provide a rigorous, comprehensive education in a nurturing environment that embraces the diversity of all students, and the vision of partnership with the community and meaningful opportunities for all students. And so that's sort of, those statements reside in the back of our minds with the team as we move forward in the process. And we take that through from start to finish as we move through meeting with our stakeholder groups. And this just sort of gives you an outline of who are the folks that we meet with as part of our stakeholder groups. They include our principals, parents and students, community members, our board members, and teachers and staff. And I'll touch on that. How do we reach out to all those different folks throughout the process? This diagram here gives you a sense of the sort of major components of our outreach. And so if you look at it, there's sort of 3 distinct columns. We have the district, the community, and the school sites. And I'll sort of touch upon each of these. And at the center of that, we have the Board of Education, our steering committee, and district leadership. And feeding into those are our focus group interviews with the district here on the left, and then our school site inputs that are ultimately a combination of principal interviews, our teacher and staff surveys, our school site walks. There is community outreach, and those are those meetings that I highlighted in the schedule, our parent surveys, our town hall forums, and our website. And at the heart of it are our school site committees. So let's dive in. We will be providing this presentation to the district once we're done this evening, as we're going to sort of, I'll be typing in some comments live. We hope to sort of get engagement from the group on this call. And then I'll provide a PDF. So you can always refer back to all of these definitions. I won't read into this. This is for your information, sort of who these folks are of our FMP steering committee, our program focus groups, our school site committees, what is the intent of our community town hall, and our follow-up one-on-one with our principals. So this is really for reference only. I won't go through that in detail. What I did want to touch upon, and this is sort of one of our engagement slides that we'd like to get feedback from folks on this meeting. These are the sites that we are looking at. We are looking at the elementary schools, Oak Intermediate, the high school, the Doug Sears Learning Center, and then the pre-K site, which is the former Doug Sears Learning Center, and district support sites. And here on the right, you'll see we've outlined some FMP, which is our facilities master plan goals. And what we've got here are what we typically will see sort of as a baseline that most districts would like to see as an outcome of this process. But really what we were hoping to do this evening is really get the board to see if there's goals that we would like to add to this list. This is sort of our opportunity to get your feedback of in this process, how does the board sort of see what the goals for the FMP might be? And so at this point, I'd like to open it up to the team here and see I can add notes as we go. And don't want to put anyone on the hot seat, but would love some feedback from the group on this call, because this is really an opportunity for us to hear your vision and your goals for the FMP.
Board members, I can't see you, but if you have thoughts on the goals, please go ahead and chime in.
I will, Melissa. I guess one of the things I'm interested in is that we make the best use possible of our school bond money that we have. So I know we don't have enough to do everything that we want, so I'd like to see how we could best get the most for our dollars, I guess.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful. Is there anyone else that would like to either offer something up, or maybe we can look at modifying some of these here? These are again, this is our sort of take on what those goals might be, but there might be modifications on these statements above that might be a thought starter for folks.
Member Sneed is raising her hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You're muted, Mary.
Looking at the timeline on the other slide, it looked like the focus groups stopped their work like about now.
Mm-hmm.
My question, I guess, suggestion is, will they come back into this process later on to kind of as a check for, are they seeing that the goals that they help create are benefiting.
Yes, absolutely. And that's a really, thank you for bringing that up. As we go through the subsequent slides, we'll talk about the role of each of those groups. And the intent of this process is that we reach out and we meet with folks in our information gathering sort of part of the process, which is now. We do our site walks, we meet with the focus groups, we meet with parents and school site committees. And then we do sort of an initial analysis of all of that information. And then we come back and we meet with those groups again and ask for their feedback. And then we meet again in terms of prioritization of goals. And I think Dave will speak to that as we get through the presentation. So absolutely, there is many opportunities within the process to reach back out to the folks that we meet with early on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sabrina, a quick question. I noticed that the FMP sites, we don't have the virtual academy listed, obviously because it's virtual. But also we do have real teachers teaching out of virtual facilities. Now, is that something that we may need to also gather input on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's part of our sort of conversation this evening is not only for the FMP goals, but also understanding, are there folks that we should meet with, and whether it's specifically a site or whether the virtual academy becomes a focus group that we add, that we meet with them and understand what their needs are. So let me suggest that we park that the virtual academy and come back to them when we talk about focus groups, because I think that might be a good place to add them to the group of folks that we want to meet with.
And I just wanted to see if we could get some clarity on the bullet point that says modernization focus, and then it has learning environments, which is self-explanatory, but what would be included in utility systems and building envelope?
So I can speak to that. In terms of utility systems and building envelope, that looks at, that speaks to when we do our site walks, we look at sort of age and stage of the current facilities on each of the school sites. So utility systems, and then following to those site walks, we do have meetings with your M&O folks to understand the age and stage of each of the buildings in terms of mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, technology, fire, life safety, bell systems, and all of the support systems that go into each of the school sites. So utility systems is really looking at all of the utilities that support each of your school sites from a built standpoint. And then building envelope, again, we also look at when we do our site walks, we provide categorizations for building envelope, whether it is windows and doors. Some school sites might have older windows that, have either concerns from a safety standpoint or from, just thermal comfort standpoint. We look at the age and stage of the envelope generally for each of the buildings, fascia, roofs. So building envelope is really sort of looks at the condition of the buildings themselves in terms of their
exterior skin.
Yes. Sorry, thank you. I wasn't explaining that very well, but yes, that's what that's what I meant to get at.
Walls, windows, doors, and
Yes.
roofs primarily.
Yep.
When I look at this, I'm thinking maybe this is included in learning environments, but I'm just thinking about like student collaboration spaces, spaces where students can either collaborate or hang out or, decide they want to do their homework alone or do something on their own. So I think we really need to have space for that because it's part of learning outside of the classroom.
Yeah, great.
And if I may add one more thing, we're returning back to normal following 2 years of COVID. And, the active shooter threat is still out there. Campus safety is always paramount, especially when we conduct these tours for prospective families. One of the questions we always get is, how do you guarantee safety? We can't. But if they see the campus looking safe or really, functioning safe, that will have a huge factor.
Great point.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else that would like to add something to this list? And again, we're sort of embarking on a process, and this is certainly not by any means intended to capture everything and then we move on. If there's other items that we'd like to add to this list, we can certainly add them after this meeting.
Yeah, and you'll have an opportunity again at the end here in just a few minutes. So if there's something that jumps into your mind over the next few minutes, we'll have an opportunity to capture that here shortly.
All
Yeah,
right,
why don't we go ahead and move on?
Let's move on. All right, sounds good. So just to speak to a moment for the steering committee, which are sort of at the heart of this, our steering committee members are made up of the folks that you see here on the left side. Those are representational of all the different sort of elements of the district that'll have that we will meet with on a monthly basis. And the purpose of the steering committee is really to sort of help guide us through the process. And we will meet with them on a regular basis, unlike, we will meet and provide presentations to the board as per the schedule, but the steering committee is really sort of our monthly contact with the district. And that's our opportunity to give an update of where we're at and then provide feedback and get feedback from the steering committee. So I'm just going to sort of move on from there.
Is there a reason you only had one elementary school principal in there?
So this list of folks for the steering committee members have been provided to us from the district. I think if there are elements or folks that we'd like to adjust that's on, with respect to the steering committee members, I think that's something that we could probably discuss moving forward. But this is what's been provided from the district to us at this point.
Yeah, and I think I would say that the intent of the steering committee is that because it's the committee that we're meeting with most frequently, that we keep that committee lean, but that we also have appropriate and proper representation of sort of every element of the district. So we have executive level leadership through the district and then the primary directors, as well as then a representative of high school, intermediate, elementary, et cetera. So I think that was the intent there, that there was representation, and that this group then can report back to their constituents and get feedback along the way.
Okay, moving on. So this, I'd like to touch on what our school site sort of input and our stakeholder input would be. So at the heart of it all is our school site committees. And so this process for us is very grassroots. We've sort of determined that that's the district's approach to this FMP process, is that we'd like to sort of really weigh heavily on each of the individual school sites and their input. And so moving forward, once we've done our site walks and we've done our focus groups, we'd like to meet with our school site committees. And sort of this slide here gives you a sense of who those folks are that we would like to see on the school site committees. And they start off as being, our typical school site committees. Many of the sites will have their sort of baseline committee that they work with. But as part of this process, we would like to sort of augment those existing school site committees to include teacher representatives, administration, student services, and then at the middle school and high school level, PE and athletics representation, site and grounds and maintenance staff, the PTA and parents that are interested, and then program specialists. And these bullet points down here are the sort of proposed meetings, and those are those yellow squares on the schedule that I had noted when we hit the schedule slide. So our initial meeting is the If You Could Dream meeting, which is really sort of to sit down, and it's an information gathering meeting with those school site committees to really understand. They know their school sites the best. They are there all the time. And so we really would like to hear from them of what their needs are and what their goals would be for the future. once we've sort of gone through the process of information gathering and meeting with all of our stakeholders, we'll do an initial pass on site diagrams. That's something Dave will touch upon in a moment. And so our second meeting with the school site committees is our community town hall, where we review those diagrams with the school site committees and stakeholders and hear their feedback on those initial diagrams. And then we go back and we make those adjustments based on what we had heard. And our third meeting with the school site committees are our one-on-ones, where we look at finalizing and updating those diagrams. So this is really sort of the core of the process for us, is meeting with the school site committees and sort of these three interactions in each of the phases of the process. And then here we have our focus group interviews, and I will, they're very important. Those are those folks that we want to meet with. They're at a district level. So typically we start with the elementary programs, secondary programs, food services, information technology and facilities and maintenance, special ed, student services, custodial services, and campus security. And the intent there is really to get a picture district-wide from each of these groups. Now, I'm going to just sort of roll into that second slide here because Dr. Lynn, you had mentioned adding another group here. So I would like to add that group here now, because ultimately, I think this is the place. And I'd like to solicit board feedback if there are any other sort of focus groups that we're missing. This is an opportunity for us to add them in.
That was the virtual academy. It was,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was going to ask about students. Where did they give input? Or we have really smart students that have great input, so I want to make sure that they're represented and they get to participate.
Yes, absolutely. So one opportunity would be at the school site committee level is to have student representation on the school site committees, because they will have a great sort of a great input specific to each of their sites. And so that would be one opportunity. If we do have school groups that are perhaps something that is district-wide, that is sort of not specific to a school site, but we think that we'd like to add them to a focus group. We've certainly done that with other districts where we've added student committees that might be something that is touched on various school sites, and we could meet with them individually as a focus group as well.
Primarily, students are engaged at the school site level, and they would be part of the school site committee, and then would have an opportunity to participate in any of the community town hall meetings as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we move on, Sabrina?
Okay. Yeah, moving on.
Keep this going here. Yeah. So great. So sort of transitioning. So that sort of covers all of the various specific group elements of the meeting process, if you will. And we're kind of shifting gears here. We'll look a little bit at sort of the documentation and deliverables. So here are some examples of what we call site master plan diagrams. So essentially what we'll be preparing is a plan for each of the sites that we will be assessing and planning through the process. And so what you'll notice here is that we essentially try to color code each campus in terms of not only the type of program that we note on the plan, but also the colors can also represent scope of work elements, whether it be modernization, reconfiguration, additions, or new construction. And the reason why this is sort of important is that all of this ties to our cost estimating process, as well as our prioritization process, which is a key part of developing an implementable master plan. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we focus a lot on identifying scope of work categories through the process. So these are some examples of what those scope of work categories might look like. And these categories are, at the same time, they're pretty consistent across master plans for many of our public school districts. At the same time, they're also changeable and adaptable to fit with the needs that we identify within your district specifically. But these are some good examples here. And again, the reason why we break we approach the process and the work in terms of identifying scopes of work is that helps us cost estimate those scope elements at each campus. And then again, putting cost estimates to things allow us to work with the district to prioritize the implementation. You know, to one of your comments earlier about sort of making the best use of the district's dollars, is really that comes down to prioritization of the work, right? It's what is the priority for the board of the district to achieve in which order and across which campuses in order to best use those dollars. Next slide, please. And so when we develop cost estimates, they're very detailed. They're categorized by the scope elements, and they're categorized across each of the sites. And then, of course, that tells us sort of the entire need within the school district. And then we look at, and maybe we could go to the next slide, Sabrina. We look at a prioritization process, right? So when we think about prioritization, we're coming back to all of those groups that we've met with, and we're saying, okay, if we know the need is going to extend beyond the dollars that we have available, where should we be focusing our efforts first? What's most important to us? And that's why we circle back with each of those groups that we met with previously, the focus groups, the school site committees, and the board, to prioritize. And once prioritization occurs, that's where we're able to tie and develop an implementable plan, right? We're able to tie the prioritized scopes of work with dollars to the funding that you may have available, whether that's today or whether that's an estimate of what the funding may be available in the future is. And so again, that was kind of a summary of what that prioritization might look like. And again, this is an example from another school district FMP that we did that just gives you an idea of the concept around looking at your total need and then looking at where are all the opportunities for funding, where do all of that come from potentially, right? Whether it's a local bond measure, whether it's your state funding eligibility, Prop 39, deferred maintenance funds. We look at all of your potential funding avenues, and that gives us a dollar amount that we are targeting. Now, for purposes of prioritization to projects, we take sort of 2/3 of that available funding. We set aside 1/3 of that available funding as essentially a contingency for the program. So we prioritize to 2/3 of that total available funding amount. And again, we therefore then come back to the prioritization list and start from the top of that list in terms of priorities and look at what projects then can fit that available dollar amount. And that gives us that implementable roadmap. Next slide. And so looking at examples of deliverables, we traditionally have delivered FMPs in sort of two manners. The first one is, call it old school at this point. It's hard copies in binders where we're physically printing all of the plans, the educational specifications, the cost estimates, all of the detail, meeting minutes of the process, and compiling those into binders. The second is, and really is the direction that most districts are going, which is a website. And the website can be really valuable. It's not only more sustainable long-term because it's much easier to keep maintained and up to date than a set of hard copy binders is. It's also a great way for the district to reach out to your community, to share all of the good work that you're doing in terms of your facilities master plan, to communicate the need, to communicate priorities, And it's a great way to be transparent with your community. So we're finding that more and more school districts are opting for a web-based deliverable. And that's what we've committed to providing Temple City Unified for this master plan. And so the interesting and I think sort of fun thing is that we can get started on developing and getting this website up and running very shortly by tracking down district information. So again, Sabrina sort of referred to the district's mission, values, goals. We can take a lot of that information and start populating the website. So it becomes sort of a vehicle that evolves over time and throughout the process. As we develop more and more information, we can be sharing that through the website. Next slide. And so with that, I think that concludes our presentation. What we wanted to do though, and I realize we've exceeded our time, so being respectful of time, we did want to get the board's feedback on how you would define success for the facilities master plan. And so this is our question to you. How would you define success? It will be successful if we did what and had what positive outcomes. So if anyone would like to share what it means to you, we would really appreciate it.
Board members?
Okay, well, I'll say something. I think success would be if we came out with or the result was a roadmap that helped us to use our future, or not future, our current bond dollars to the best use possible.
Great.
And then also if we were able to identify other funding sources, that would be nice.
That would be. Absolutely.
And this kind of goes back to the other list that we were talking about. Am I right? The list that we improved.
Yeah, you can think of them as
Yep.
sort of linked. Yeah, the goals obviously we would sort of hope to derive those goals from how you define success, right? So yeah, in a sense, we're sort of asking the same question in a different way.
I mean, one thing that I was thinking of as you were speaking about the previous list was, I mean, we talked about modernization, but we didn't really identify, environmentally friendly modernizations. Like, how do we incorporate solar? How do we incorporate environmentally drought tolerant landscaping and things of that nature? So
sustainability might be sort of an important component of the master plan. Yeah, that's excellent.
Kind of touches on something that Melissa said earlier about setting up learning areas that look to the future and not, in a new way. How would you, we're trying to encourage collaboration. How do we make a learning environment of the future, not the typical, desks in a row?
Right, absolutely.
What would it look like for the future? Because this plan is taking us well into the future, so we might as well create an environment that fits that.
Yeah, exactly. Not just future ready, but future proof, right? We want the space to be adaptable and flexible into the future. Yeah, that's well said.
I would say one easily measurable goal that we can see right away is we will be able to pass this bond with more than 55% supermajority, because the needs assessment done was so well done that basically the bond will sell itself when we put it on the ballot.
The bond will sell itself. That's good. I like it.
Right, because we don't want to spend the money and then the voters say, no, and that's going to cost us even more.
Yeah, certainly when we approach a facilities master plan, we don't typically assume or presuppose that a future bond measure will be the outcome. But frequently, obviously, what happens is we identify needs that significantly, outstretch the dollars that you have immediately available, which sort of then leads you down that path, right? But frequently we don't presuppose that. So, but it is good if you have that in mind already, that you're already thinking about that in the future. That is certainly something that we want to be aware of.
Right. The needs assessment is so compelling that voters are like clamoring to pass them on.
Yeah, great.
And I think we all can agree that, one of the things that would define success is that we come up with, after all the feedback, we come up with, plans and thoughts around what we want to change and update that tie directly to our mission, vision, and goals. I think that has to be the overarching focus for all the groups is I know we have our wants, but do they tie into the mission, vision, and goals of this district?
Excellent.
One more thing I'll say is that, and this won't be easy to measure, but I hope that when we finish this, everybody will feel like they had a voice and they got to participate in it.
Definitely, yes, I like that.
Excellent. All right, any other comments?
Another real quick, the way that this is done, the process by which this is done is more unifying in the community than dividing the community.
Excellent. Yeah. Building consensus, not creating divisiveness. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Excellent.
This was great.
Yeah, very good. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate your input. So we've got a lot of work to do. We've got lots of meetings to schedule and move this thing along. As Sabrina mentioned, there will come a time when we will come back to you and report on progress. But in the meantime, thank you so much for inviting us to share with you where we are with the process and to get your feedback. This has been really helpful. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Have
All
a good
right.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to item number 24, food services presentation. And I believe we have Marisol Cortez joining us.
Yes.
Hi, good
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Let me share my screen. Give me a second. Okay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Marisol Cortez, and I'm the Food Service Director. I will be presenting tonight our universal meal plans, our challenges, and partnerships. The universal meals is a new state mandate. Each public school in California will be offering 2 free meals starting next school year 2022 and 2023, regardless of eligibility status for free, reduced, or paid. Our district will be offering free breakfast and lunch meals to all students. Food Services is currently working with a committee to plan our menu that meets the federal nutritional guidelines for dairy, grains, and proteins. We're also planning to have a serving style of grab and go for all students. And we are currently evaluating labor needs to implement this new program at all our school sites. And also, most importantly, we're evaluating equipment needs for each kitchen to have additional storage space, refrigeration space, or freezer space for the additional food items. We all look forward to implementing this new program, especially because it's a free program for all students. I would like to transition to the next topic, our challenges in food services, by showing this quick video to to give an introduction of what we've been going through in the food service industry.
As the new school year gets underway, school nutrition programs are struggling to secure the necessary food and supplies needed to feed students due to disruptions in the supply chain. Product shortages, discontinued items, price increases, distributor cancellations, delayed or canceled deliveries with little to no notice are just a few of the challenges schools are facing. Add to this staffing shortages across all businesses as well as schools, which are making the challenges even worse. As the pandemic unfolded and meal participation dropped as schools closed, demand for products decreased, resulting in fewer orders from schools to distributors and manufacturers. As a result, manufacturers had to cut personnel and reduce or eliminate items to streamline inventory and manage operational expenses. They also pivoted their businesses from food service to high demand segments, such as retail, to maximize revenue and profitability. Now, with the economy reopened and all at once, demand for products, particularly in the food service segment, is outpacing supply. As a result, supplies are being disrupted at all points of the supply chain, from raw materials to manufacturing, to packaging, to transporting, largely due to the unprecedented nationwide labor shortage. In addition, businesses can't find enough workers, and this includes delivery drivers. Drivers that once worked in more traditional distribution centers are now employed by popular at-home delivery services that skyrocketed in popularity during the pandemic, or waiting until the pandemic has subsided before going back to work to ensure their safety. So what can you do to minimize the disruption to your school nutrition program? Communicate often with your vendors and distributors. Forecast early and often. Maintain flexibility with menu planning. Get orders in much earlier than in the past. Partner with other schools to maximize deliveries. Backstop your supplies with shelf-stable items. Speak with state agencies for guidance. Take advantage of USDA's emergency procurement waiver. Most importantly, stay positive and carry on. As always, school nutrition professionals will get through this together. Go to SNA's website for more information and tools.
So one of the biggest challenges we face are the supply chain issues. This school year, we are ordering through 3 weeks ahead of our menu to ensure that we receive product on time. But unfortunately, we have been getting many shortages or substitute items, so we're not able to meet what's posted on the online menu. Although our managers and teams work with the deliveries weekly of food, bread, produce, paper products, and dairy to make sure that we offer all the meals daily to all the students. The pictures here are just an example of the orders by the week. And then this year we have many paper issues from lunch bags to trays, foil bags, and sport kits, which is a sport kit that brings the napkin, a straw, and a sport for the students. So we just subbed ourselves by purchasing a napkin dispenser, getting the napkins, and offering sporks individually wrapped. That's just an example. Another challenge that we've been facing is equipment issues. All 6 kitchens have milk coolers, refrigerators, and freezers. We work closely with maintenance and operations to have the repairs done or items replaced from outside contractors. The pictures here are an example of a 2-door refrigerator that we received at Cloverly in the beginning of the school year that needed to be replaced. It was back ordered for 2 months. The next picture here is a fan that needed to be repaired over the weekend at the high school for a walk-in freezer. One of the most challenging pieces of having equipment issues is that you can't plan for this, it just happens overnight. So our managers have to check temperatures throughout the day to make sure the equipment is at the correct temperature. And if it's too high, we have to move the food items out of one unit into another and then wait for maintenance to come and troubleshoot. So we have a really good team of managers that takes care of our equipment daily. Another challenge that we've been facing, and I know the district has been having this district-wide, is the labor shortages. In food services, this consists of staff in the kitchen and a sub driver. So this school year during the winter time, for example, our driver was out and I had to myself learn to do the paper delivery. I like to thank Diana for always helping me, the director of purchasing, to load the truck, and also the managers and staff at the kitchen to help unload. This is just one of the examples. And lastly, I want to talk about the partnerships that it takes to run this small business daily. Our food service team of managers and assistants, our driver, our accounting clerk, the school site support from principals, office staff, custodial staff, and other staff, and our district support from the administrators and different departments, especially maintenance and operations for all the troubleshooting they do for work orders, and IT for posting and reposting menu changes as I have to be changing them due to the supply chain issues. And this is a picture of our 6 managers. They're responsible for preparing and serving our students daily at our 7 sites. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marisol. It sounds like there's a lot of challenges, and we appreciate your troubleshooting and your willingness for you and your team to just jump in and try to make it happen for our students. So thank you.
You're very welcome. It's our job to feed the students, and we do whatever it takes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to the discussion action portion of the agenda. And we'll start off with administration, item number 25, adoption of resolution 2122-24, recognizing a state of emergency and reauthorizing the teleconferencing meetings pursuant to AB 361. Before we go into the motion, I just want to share with my fellow board members and the public that we are feeling that our last virtual meeting will be the first meeting in April, and then we will come together in person. We're targeting April 27th for that to happen. So just FYI, and barring any changes or in what the levels of the numbers are in terms of COVID, that's kind of the tentative plan.
We don't have a first meeting in April, so last one would be March 23rd.
Okay. That's right. It's one of the months that we only have one because of the spring break and stuff. Okay, so April 27th. So our last meeting will be the next one, the 23rd. It'll be virtual, and then the next meeting will be in person. Okay. All right. So can I get a motion? Do we need this then? Do we need this motion? Because we don't have a meeting.
Sorry.
It's better to
Yeah, okay,
have.
we'll do it. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Okay, Member Smith, second. Member Georgino. Okay, Member Georgino, we got that. Let's go ahead and go to the vote. Vote, preferential vote from Student Board Member Lee.
Yes.
Okay, Member Georgino.
Yes.
Member Sneed.
Yes.
Member Lynn.
Yes.
Member Smith.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion passes 5-0. We will move on to item number 26 under business services, approval of the 2021-2022 second interim financial report. Can I get a motion in a second?
So move.
I'll move.
Okay, Member Lynn and gets the motion, and Member Georgino will get the second. And I think we have a discussion on this one. Honey?
Yes, I have a PowerPoint on. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So good evening, board. It is a budget time. Tonight, I'm happy to present to the board and the committee for the second interim report. Here is the overview of the presentation. We were studying the ed code requirement. Our financial also guided by ed code as well as board policy. The education codes required this to periodically certify our financial status, and the self-certification. Here is a self-certification criteria. Positive mean that the district were able to meet not only current year and the next two subsequent fiscal years financial obligation. The qualify is may not, and the negative is will not be able to. Our budget cycle, starting with adult budget, and now we are here is the second interim report. The governor released the 22-23 preliminary budget back to January. And here's the overview about the K-12 education. Our state revenue mainly rely on the big three, which is the tax collection from personal income tax, sales tax, as well as corporation tax. As of right now, the state, the 2 out of 3 big three, the revenue collection is exceeding the projections. In order to address statewide decline enrollment, there's a proposal has been introduced, which is use the average of prior 3 years ADA instead of higher of current and prior years ADA. The governor is determined to put more money to invest in the special education program. A proposal has been released for the early prevention and interventions. We tonight at the service department and food service department, they already released some information about the universal TK, the requirement and implementation deadline. And I will not spend more time, but this is a two topic under the governor's budget release. The main things is the impact the district revenue side is the quota. Here's the table, compare the quota which we used for the first interim report and we used for the second interim report. As you can see that there is over 2% quota increase for the 22-23 and 0.5% for the next year, and the 24-25 there will be 0.1% increase. What is new for TCUSD? The good news is, although overall this school year we have declined enrollment, however, there's a light over the tunnel, which means that the second semester, depending on which day, we had between 20 to 30 students more. So that's a definite good news. Because of that, we upgrade enrollment and attendance projection in the current and the next 2 years. The project we did is we look at each program. We are starting the realignment of the cost against the program revenues. In this budget, we incorporated the $1.3 million estimate cost of the mass textbook adoption. But I think yesterday we got some good news. The estimated cost looks like have reduced from 1.3 million to $1.1 million. We plan to postpone in these 3 years the next generation science standard textbook adoption. But when we prepare the adult budget, which is we will add the year later, we may add that back. We set aside for around $200,000 for the preschool furniture cost. And we will definitely will set some money aside for its curriculum and the textbook adoption for preschool program. We have 2 new programs, but the board approved, and then we received the money. One is the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. The board approved the plan at the end of last year, and the allocation for district is $1.1 million, over $1.1 million. And as of right now, we have received over $900,000. This grant can be used for professional learning for all the staff, from certificate administrator for paraprofessional, and the classified employee, but have to be work with the students. And we also get additional expand learning opportunity grant, and the allocation is under $900,000, and we have received 50% of the allocation as of right now. Here's the updated enrollment projection. As the reddish bar is second interim report, because of the more students showed up in the second semester, we upgraded this year's projection as well as next 2 years, as well as both enrollment and attendance. This is the revenue, total revenue, this including the unrestricted general fund, supplemental grant, as well as category program. Because of the one-time COVID funding, so our percentage for the federal revenue has been increased compared with the normal years. Normally, the federal grant is around 10%. This is the expenditure pie. This also including all the general fund, which is unrestricted, restricted, and supplemental grant. And each breakdown, the dollar amount and the percentage also listed here. This is a comparison for the revenue compared with the first interim report versus second interim report. As the second interim report identified by the blue bars, as we can tell that because the quota increase generate and the additional enrollment leading to the more LCFF revenue, and the two additional grant, the education effective grant is the state. So we have a more state funding, and the additional ELO money is federal. So both of have more revenues compared with first interim report. And we did adjust down our local revenue. Most portion is the categorical program side. This is the expenditure. And when we prepare the first interim report, the July to October is the actual cost. From the November to the rest of the year is the projection. However, for the second interim report, we have actual from July to January. So we have 7 months actual and projected for the 5 months. So when we look at our total expenditure, we adjust down accordingly to accurately present the annual total. This is a multi-year projection, and I listed the first interim, second interim, and the projection for the next 2 years, and all of this has been upgraded. And you can tell that the revenue has been increased, and expenditure also has project decrease. Majority of the reduce is because of category program. We think that a lot of category program we were not able to spend majority in this year, and there will be carry over to the next years. And as of a result, unlike the first interim report, this second report, we were able to balance our 3-year budget.
Connie, can I ask a question?
Yeah, okay.
On the last slide, the ending balance in 21, 22 is considerably more than the other years. Is that a result of the postponement of the science standards or something?
Yes, so Matt, here's the reason why, because the expenditure decrease is because of the category program carry over to the 22-23, and then we assume that they were spending. So that's why you will see that you will see the expenditure for the 22-23 is a little bit higher, because we assume that those programs, certain of the ESSA money, there's a different program have different deadline. So we assume those program will spend. That's why, and you look at the revenue, because we assume that we're not going to do additional revenue. That's the reason why. But thanks for the question.
I got it. Thanks.
Okay. So this is other funds. So other funds is various fund in addition to the general fund, and all the funding, although certain program is deficit spending, but all the funding has a positive and different balance. So the board recall that when we submit the qualified first interim report, the County Office of Education required the district submit the fiscal stability plan with our second interim report. And after I submit the board agenda, it has been confirmed with legal because the district balance our budget, so fiscal stability plan is not required. Here's our next step. So after board approval for second interim report, we will submit the report to and the narrative to the county before the deadline. And we were working closely with the Student Service Department for their support to keep track of the enrollment and monitor the attendance. We were starting scheduled meeting with the principal and the department head to start the process of developing next year's budget. We will continue to review different programs, make sure that our cost is in line with the program revenue instead of paid from unrestricted general fund. Legal best project is the financial system, and temporarily with the other San Gabriel Valley district, we are in the wave 4, in the last wave. So the plan is starting next year, we will transition to the new best project financial system. So the training staff is very important for the transition. And we anticipate that the governor will release May revision in the May. And the May revision assumption will be used for our adult budget development and development. And this on the schedule, the LCAP and the budget adoption will hold a public hearing on the first board meeting in June. And then we will have board adopt our next year's budget on the June 22nd board meeting. Any questions?
Thank you for getting us into the positive certification category.
Definitely. That's great news that we don't have to fill out the stabilization form either and report. So thank you so much for your hard work in clarifying the budget and getting it to balance. Thank you for you and your team. All right. Anything else? Okay, we will move to the vote. Preferential vote from Student Board Member Lee.
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Sneed, and Member Georgino.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. And we'll move on to item number 27, which is approval of La Rosa Elementary School 2-story classroom roof repair / restoration project. May I get a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
Motion from Member Lynn, second from Member Georgino. And is there any background on this one, Connie?
Yes, we would like to board to approve this project and move forward. And this project, we separate two pieces. One is the purchase of the roof material. The other one is the label to install the roof. And I think La Rosa, the roof on the 2-story building has been problematic. And we had a third party to inspect to the condition of the roof. It was recommended to repair and restoration because I think the roof has been over 15 years old. So I think the purchase of roof material will go through the piggybackable contract, which is still valid. And then with board approve this project, we will go starting the process for RFP to make sure that we will secure high quality, low cost vendor to install the roof.
Excellent. Okay, any questions for Connie? All right, let's move to the vote. Preferential vote from Student Board Member Lee.
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Sneed,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Georgino,
Yes.
and Member Lynn.
Yes.
All right, that passes 5-0. We move on to item number 28, approval of bid number 21/22-003P, request for proposal for wide area network E-rate funding year 2022-23. May I get a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
I second.
Motion by member Smith, second by member Sneed. Susan, do you have any background on this?
This is part of our whole, this part is for the E-rate funding for the wide area network. So we have 10 different network connections between the district office and the school sites, and AT&T was our lowest bidder. So that this is basically the cost per year to facilitate that. So this is to have that internet connection is really what this one's for.
And we're saving $60,000 a year.
Yeah, and hopefully it's more reliable.
Awesome.
Is how we went down on Friday, I believe, with Spectrum. So yeah, so we'll see. But that is the plan. And then it also shows the E-rate funding. So that's huge.
Great. Okay, we'll move to the vote. Preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay, member Lynn,
Yes.
member Sneed,
Yes.
member Georgino,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, so that passes 5-0. And we move on to item number 29, approval of bid number 2122-004P, request for offer for network equipment. May I have a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
We'll move.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and motion by member Smith, second by member Georgino. And do we need to have an explanation on this one?
I don't really think so. This is basically phase 2 of our wireless project. We started at the high school, and this is just going to allow us to continue to go to the other sites in the district office. It supplies the access points, the switches, and everything else that we need to do. But it's the continuation of the one we approved earlier on in the year.
Question, member Georgino?
So where does the funding come from for this?
Okay, the funding of this, they're expected, some of it is our E-rate discount. Initially, some of it came from ESSER funding. And then at one point when we run out of that, then we go to the E-rate, which is why we split it. And then, like I said, the discount should be about $573,000. So a considerable amount by getting the E-rate funding.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, we'll move on to the vote. Preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay, member Georgino,
Yes.
member Lynn,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
member Sneed,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, so that one passes 5-0. And we move on to Human Resource Services, item number 30, approval of TCEA Memorandum of Understanding for in-person learning. And Tamar, you're up, but I think this is just being brought back from our last meeting, which was some comments that we had related to updates that we would like to see. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay,
And
sorry.
we added the line about the mandate, actually 2 lines about the mandate, and then we actually had one more correction on the outdoor masks for PE that we removed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Motion by member Smith, second by member Georgino. And we've gotten some of the explanation. Does anybody have questions?
Thank you for adding printing the signer's name and title.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay, we will go to the vote. Preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay. Member Sneed.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Lynn.
Yes.
Member Georgino.
Yes.
And member Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. And we're on to item number 31, approval of TCEA Memorandum of Understanding for the Virtual Academy. And this is another one where we had just from last time, some requests for updates. Can I get a motion for this in a second?
I move.
Okay, motion from member Sneed. Second. I'll do the second. I got it. And then do we have any other clarification tomorrow on this one? Nope. Okay. Any questions from the board? All right, let's move to the vote. Preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay. Member Georgino.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Smith.
Yes.
Member Sneed.
Yes.
And member Lynn.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. And we are on to consent agenda. Routine items approved by one motion and one vote unless a member of the board or audience requests that any item be reviewed and voted upon separately. Does anyone want to pull anything? Okay.
No, but I have a question after we make a motion in a second.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move.
Okay, Donna, member Georgino is got the motion. Who's got the second?
I'll second.
Okay, member Sneed. All right, question. Member Georgino.
I have a question. And actually, I think maybe Kiana might be able to answer this. Under contracts, we have a contract for rental of the concourse at Union Station.
Yeah.
Is that for prom?
Sorry, yes, that is for prom. Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, have fun.
That's awesome. I love that place. Yep. All right.
$11,500 per hour.
Have a great time.
Yes.
Thank
Well
you. I'll make
deserved.
sure to utilize it.
Well
You
done.
can all take the gold line down there.
Money well spent. All right. We'll get preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Absolutely.
All right. Member Lynn.
Yes.
Member Sneed.
Yes.
Member Smith.
Yes.
I'm a yes. And member Georgino.
Yes.
All right. That motion for consent agenda passes 5-0. And we are on to board member comments, item number 37. Any comments?
I just want to give kudos to Marisol earlier. I didn't get a chance to say this. Purchasing supplies, I'm pretty sure, Connie, she's maxing out on the cow card. I hope that doesn't bounce. I hope those statements get paid. Also, the custodial crew too. We got to give them credit because it's not just lunch, it's also breakfast now, right? And the site principal, site administration, trying to figure out the schedule. It really takes a collaborative effort for all parties, not just the delivery and warehousing, it's everybody. So kudos to everybody.
Absolutely.
I'd like to thank everybody who did presentations tonight. They made everything very understandable. Connie, I appreciate you making all the money matters understandable to those of us who aren't so minded. So thank you to everybody who presented tonight.
All right. Any other comments? All right, let's move on to future agenda items for board members. Item number 38, we have accelerated high school college policy and dual language immersion program. Any other future agenda items?
Are we going to need to extend our meeting time after?
We will, I think so. I think so. So, can I get well, I actually, let's complete 38, which I think I don't hear anything more about. And then let's do 39 and then we'll do that. 39, any additional public comment on agendized or non-agendized items?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So we will be reconvening to close session. I think we will need at least 30 minutes. But any member would like to make a motion for an extension?
I move that we extend our meeting until another half hour.
Do you think we should do 45 minutes, anybody? Just to be safe, or are we good at half an hour?
We have like 40 minutes.
Yeah, that'll give us a total.
10:30.
So we'll go to 10:30. Okay, so do I need a motion and a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second for that?
I just moved.
Okay, that's right.
Mary moved. I'll second.
Thanks, Mary. All right. Motion by member Sneed, second by member Georgino, and let's go ahead and get a vote. Do we need the because it's closed session, does student board member get a preferential vote here?
I think so. She's
We're
present.
extending the meeting first,
Yeah.
so I need the roll call on extending the meeting. Only.
But she's
Okay.
she's here. She can.
Okay. All right, preferential vote from student board member Lee.
Yes.
Okay, member Smith,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Sneed,
Yes.
member Georgino,
Yes.
and member Lynn.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes to extend the meeting to 10:30. 5-0.
And Kiana, you don't need to stay.
Your excuse, Kiana. Your homework.
Thank you.
There won't be anything when we get back, so go to bed or do your homework or whatever.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. All right, so then I need a motion to reconvene to close session, a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by member Smith, second
Second.
by member Lynn, and roll call vote. I'm a yes. Member Sneed,
Yes.
member Georgino,
Yes.
member Smith,
Yes.
and member Lynn.
Yes.
Okay, we are reconvening to close session.
Does he let Tamara and Connie in as well?
Yes.
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 Okay.
And yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just making sure. Perfect.
Thanks. All right, I think we have everybody back. Where's Mary and Mike? I'm looking for Mike.
Mary's here, yeah.
I see Mary. There's Mike. Okay, it is 10:29, and may I get a motion and a second to reconvene to open session?
So moved.
Motion from Member Smith, second from Member Georgino. Vote. Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
I'm a yes. And Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay. We are back in open session. Just an announcement, we did not take any action during our closed session. And now I think I need a motion to adjourn. Is that right?
That's it.
Yay, I got it.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Member Smith, second by Member Lynn. And we will go for the vote. I'm a yes. Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Yes. And I think that's everybody. So we are now adjourned. Thank you so much for hanging in there so late.